Hello everybody. You might be wondering, why do I see this man's midsection? Well, that's because I had to turn my computer on and get my stream going, but we're actually sitting way back here. And man, we look like meatballs from that far away.
I thought you said meatballs.
Meatballs?
I got hungry.
Well, I kind of look like a meatball. I don't have enough red though. but, oh shoot, there we go. We got the red hair. But now, we are about to be playing some Ace Attorney Chronicles. And going to be playing with these guys here. Hopefully all the audio works good. We had to set it up kind of impromptu. But you got anything you want to say, Dave? Alright, got anything you want to say, Logan?
If the audio doesn't come through well, let us know in the comments.
Hey, there you go. But anyway, so we're going to try to do where we're going to try to voice act for the different characters. We haven't quite decided who's going to be what yet.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I called dibs on old girl.
The assistant?
Yeah, whatever her name is. Sas? No?
Satsudo.
Yeah, Satsudo. The Satsudo takedown, that's right.
Yeah.
That's how I remember.
Well, anyway, let's go ahead and get started here. How about, almost wish we had like a paper, rock, scissors match to determine who's going to be what.
Or if they at least just knew all the characters that were going to be in this one.
Okay, now we can do that. People. Alright. There's Susato. That's the one you were talking about.
Yipper. Sound that cute one.
Herlock. Iris Wilson. Olive Green. That's the defendant. Soseki Natsume. Tobias Gregson. Kraken knows him as the Wheat Man.
The Wheat Man, I forgot about that.
We got William Shamspear. John Garadib. Barrick Von Zeeks.
I call him.
I was about to say, I'd give that to Logan.
Okay. Prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Okay. We got Adron B. Meterman. And Queen B. Altamont. And Duncan Ross.
Also known as Juror number 3. I don't care what anybody says.
He does kind of look like him. I ain't gonna lie.
Just some sort of NPC. Well, all kind of NPCs.
Okay.
I guess I'll also take Herlock Sholmes.
Okay. Anybody striking out to you?
I'll take the old fella.
This?
Gary
Okay.
Garadib.
Okay.
Garadib, whatever his name is.
And then Josh can fill in everybody else.
No.
Look.
All right. That's a lot of extra people.
I don't know how active they're all going to be in this case.
Oh, bro, if you would have picked Shamshir, that'd been funny.
Me?
Me?
Yeah, anybody. That'd been hilarious. I'm looking forward to whoever plays him.
You want to be Shamshir?
Who's Shamshir?
Or Shamspear. That's like, he's the guy that we pretty much know is like crooked as all get out.
Oh! I'll give it a shot.
Okay. All right. Let's get started. Okay.
Oh, okay. I get you one.
So nobody picked Natsume, huh? Or Soseki?
You did.
All right.
Susato? Am I up?
Yep.
Yes.
Shit.
She's doing ellipses right now.
Well, I'm getting a beer. I'm getting 2. There you go.
Thank you.
What we got? Okay, I got you. Dot. Nailed it.
Dot.
This is it then, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, it's time to put an end to this now.
Yes.
I think it slowly rose up a little bit. Okay. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined.
Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding an inner calm. That seemed wrong to disturb you. I was drinking.
I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading to your death. Or, excuse me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I assured you you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yeah, well.
Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
Pizza time!
Alright, give us just a moment. Yes, time out.
Hey, bud. You bird. You got a 5 on you by chance?
I do.
Cool. Trade.
Okay. And then I need you to just sign the receipt.
Okay. Think it's cold? I don't like cold. I don't see how you deal with it.
By carrying hot pizzas.
By carrying hot pizzas, yes, that would
You got this, Dave.
My brain comes in handy too, trust me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Drive safe, bud.
Alright, we have acquired pizza
And cheese sticks.
and cheese sticks.
You're welcome.
Alright.
You're welcome.
Alright.
I'm gonna have to find a table or use a chair. That's using your think meat. Where's my beer go? There it is. Oh man.
The only issue is the camera.
That's alright, we can do it like this. Bam! And sling it back. I was gonna say sling it all the way back. Bam!
Alright,
Good.
we figured out how to eat pizza on stream.
I don't know why, man, but just marinara sauce with pizza just good.
Marinara sauce by itself is good.
That's true.
But alright. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
It would seem that there's so many colors to after all.
Oh.
Alright.
I very require much to think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again.
Yeah.
The great detective? My arch nemesis? Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately.
This is a good pizza.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. I'm honestly going to have to maybe eventually say, okay, one of you guys, that guy, because there's going to be a lot of other people. I'm going to voice everybody but like 4 people.
22nd of February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
Did you say the 22nd?
Probably.
Chronology isn't important. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice Floyd Dunn, don't want my word.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like.
Okay, now that's just provocative. Alright?
Thieves do not deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
They're pretty good.
5 stars, baby.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
You pity the fool. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
Now, Lord Van Zees, what can you tell us? ... The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's team. So he does have the results.
You might want to fill him in.
Yeah. They found some tea where they said that our client poisoned the king looking dude, Shamspear, and you was able to deduce that there was actually a trace of it left that they could test, and they found it and tested it, and they're just now getting the results back.
Okay. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dark.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue.
That's a big word.
In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression in the top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night.
Yeah. When the president the already analyzed it, yes, you're right. It was tea. Yeah. There wasn't any trace of the
Strychnine.
there wasn't a trace of the strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
Okay.
No poison at all.
No poison at all. That's normal voice. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. Technically out.
What a revelation! Oh.
Mumblings.
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear.
How about a sword in a courtroom?
That fella.
There is a big storyline leading up to why.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Nipponese?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found and a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But, what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Oh shit. Didn't know that.
No, the wine! Exactly! I don't like this guy. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Oh shoot, you're gonna get some time to shine.
Ah, crap.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Sham... Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I got like 3 jobs in this game. Don't take this away from me.
I'm not trying to.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes.
Oh, yes. It sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Oh, crap.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
Right over yonder.
Yeah, just watch out for the pizza. Don't drop it.
Oh, I'm gorgeous. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul liquid given in mine innocence.
You do that really well. I'll give you that. You did that really well.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes? One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors. Don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tight secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once! And let him feel the sting of my tail!
Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Being flamboyant. Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But, would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, that hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
I'm just looking at that animation.
Can you do that too?
No, not that long.
The fellow was open.
But there was no
Worth.
It's like Woody whenever he found the karate chop button.
Hey, I'm doing that.
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by my witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I will most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Okay.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh. I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Arg!
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But!
I object!
Listen here, ladies and gentlemen! Look at my skills. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose.
Well,
I do declare.
thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination. The tea inconsistency.
Again. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. Do I gotta read all this? Did we already do this?
We could probably take and
Okay,
just
take it.
actually look at this.
Okay.
I was about to miss where you can go,
I gotta hurry up and read it. While feigning distraction about the when he departed by and by, I used tea. While feigning distraction. Damn it, Josh.
But alright.
So now we're supposed to be trying to find an inconsistency or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much we would be pressing each one of his statements to see if we can get any more information or a better explanation.
Alright, so is it a Japanese man or a Nipponese man?
It's interchangeable.
Okay.
Okay.
So we would press this.
Alright. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsumi, is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall on thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first V.
Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering.
Got him.
I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
So
Very.
pretty, verily and in true, 'twas a fine flavoured brew. Thou a drop of poison, and lo a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Yes.
Either that or I'm in worse form.
It's because you didn't work out, Josh.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Taking those cheat days.
That's fate of the evening,
Oh, I'm
after
gonna make
I
it up.
did die.
I'm gonna make it up.
We're making progress.
Okay.
At Grub Scrubbery, a local alehouse of good report, Naught did pass my lips, but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Can you do that one too?
I don't have enough room.
It's like, you don't have to.
Because I don't want to smack this remote off, and then I don't want to be sitting there slapping you trying to...
Okay, toys, okay. I just want to look through your toys. In my cup along with the screen forward is wicked toys. Okay. Right now I'm just looking at these. While feigning distraction and hard debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
So was the guy not never poisoned? I'm not sure what happened in the last one.
Well, see, he's claiming that Soseki Natsumi, the guy we're defending, that he never did drink anything.
Yeah, but the guy was never poisoned.
Right.
Okay. Trying to fill in all the gaps.
See, this guy here was the one that was poisoned.
He's innocent.
He's innocent.
He's innocent.
Oh, shoot, you're standing by it, huh?
That man guilty and shit. Let me rephrase that. That man guilty as hell for stealing all that gas. Ah.
America.
Alright.
Alright.
Armband. Second-hand. Pair of teacups.
Oh, yeah. I think that contradicts it right there. Because...
Pair of teacups. The teacups used by Mr. Shakespeare and Mr. Natsume. There is no tea ring on the inside of Natsume's cup.
Let me make sure.
Examination.
I mean, yeah, there is the tea ring in Shakespeare's cup.
I'm just... This must be the cup that Mr. Shakespeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. Most of them are Japanese. Examination. Pair of teacups.
I think that right there contradicts that. Because if he was just had the cup but nothing was poured in it.
There would be something in the other dude's cup if he never drank any of it because it sat for a long period of time.
Yeah. Like sometimes you gotta press, but then sometimes it's there.
I would still press that just in case, because you never know.
Okay.
This is one of the things you know this game is.
Yeah, that's true. The teacup okay. But the teacup Mr. Natsumi drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true. There was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. Indeed. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? ...
No,
No.
I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. Okay, she still said that there was something weird about that one. But it wasn't the maxim.
crime scene photograph.
Hold on, can we look closer at the... Well, I was about to say, could we
Oh.
look... Can we see what color is on the teacup? Because the two cups had...
Magnifying glass.
They had like 2 different colored bands around
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see.
it. Okay.
But there's also no spillage from the teacup. Not
That's
on the
true.
table, not on the floor.
Yeah.
That's true.
But there was a spill over there on the left-hand side where he said he knocked the one teacup over.
That's actually from an earlier thing. When the dude was making the ice coins,
Mhm.
it's the little red box right there. You would put coins into it to activate gas. The dude was using frozen ice cubes or frozen like coins that he was using from the indention in the silver,
Okay.
and it would leak through the bottom where he's got it highlighted.
Okay.
And that's how it would. That's where that came from.
Gotcha.
Good eye though.
Yes. All right.
He's passed out, but he can still hold a fork.
I know, that is weird, isn't it?
Victim's medical report. Crime scene photograph. Victim's medical report. Crime scene photograph. Victim's medical report. Crime scene photograph. Victim's medical report. Gas meter. Handprints on the wall. Capital offense. Or capital offender article. Hidden photograph.
That's so awesome. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
Pair of teacups.
Okay. See, the only thing he brings up the teacups. She said there's something weird about the statement, but you know, they bring up the teacups and basically dismiss it. So it's like,
But the only thing is that he said he knocked the cup over, but then he used it to make the coins. In that order.
Yeah, he did. That's right. Because he actually took the tea. Well, it might have been like some left over in the pot, though.
Mm.
But he might have taken it from the teacups, which does imply that he's lying about that part of the testimony.
okay.
Because I can't remember where he said he got the tea from. He did say, however, that he didn't drink all of it, that some was left over.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that would imply one of two things. It came from the teacup or it came from the pot. Logic would tell me it came from the teacup.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
But is there any way of us being able to even check out the teapot other than the one photograph?
Unfortunately.
So there's no way of knowing if there was any contents left in the teapot.
If you're not, yeah, I'm about to say, if you're not feeling that, that's fine. I don't blame you.
Okay, I'm just.
I knocked the fellow's cup and its contents spilled as blood from a gaping wound. There was certainly after. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Okay, but still something about this thing is troubling me. Something about the statement is troubling her. Shoot, now I'm wondering what. I'll press it one more time.
Alright.
I just want to. I kind of sped over.
This is a different one.
Oh, shoot.
So yeah, just skip through all this and we'll get back to it. Oh no. A lot of good stuff.
We gotta come back to it. We will. Man, this is a long one.
I would have a lot of talking.
Picture though trying to read all of this. That's like if we're gonna stream it, let's devy it out a little bit.
Hey, I'm fine with that. Was it you or me that came up with the
Maybe it was you.
idea?
Good job, Logan.
Yeah.
Hey, you're doing good.
I am theatrical. No.
You're definitely entertaining.
Well,
Okay.
About half a pizza left in there, feel free.
I'll get some here in a minute.
Okay. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, he never did a drop of his own drink past his lips.
Now you see, that's weird. Because of the whole Maxie thing, yeah.
But you see, this is one we keep looking at,
Mm-hmm.
but nothing changes.
There's no contradiction here. I'm kind of dumb. I just remembered something.
What'd you remember?
I can hit Y to show the history. Caravan 6. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here.
If that was the case, I'd be presenting that photograph to show them. Because, I mean, it would make sense. Because in the photograph, it shows there was no tea on the table, there's no tea on the floor. It was empty. That's how I would be presenting it if I was
But he was saying that he knocked the cup over after he made the coins.
Right. I'm hung up on something. Sorry, that was my bad.
No, you're
Crime
good.
scene photograph. Pair of teacups.
I'm thinking about just sending this and seeing if it happens. Yep, that was it. I don't know how, but it was it. You claim that Mr. Natsumi didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How? Chop logic? What is this? You darky-clad fiend?
The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
That's a big old word.
Incontrovertible?
He had to say it twice. What difference?
Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea. Commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good Lord! You're right, it's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Master Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea.
While it's hot! Nailed it.
That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time.
Oh,
If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing.
but,
In short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court.
get the... To a what?
A nunnery.
A nunnery!
Objection.
I'm gonna throw this glass of wine again, because I'm cool. As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. An alcoholic.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
That's never irrelevant, Josh! On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare. Yes, my liege. Senpai. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? I was wondering about that somehow.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's going to come up now.
Yeah.
Like, actually give us one.
Ow.
Yeah. Oof. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
It's leading.
Threatening.
It's leading! Bailiff, secure the prosecutor.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection.
And you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Yes!
Objection! I need to get more
People's
into this.
memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. Finger point. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, cinematic cutscene! The inconsistently claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
Dramatic music.
No!
What does this mean? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
I'm mad!
Oh, caught me off guard. I'll give you that one.
My lords,
I'm mad.
my lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grudge Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Pizza. Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called ew.
A salad?
This household is run by animal flesh and grain alcohol.
Yeah! As insalubrious as a menu as the establishment where it was served.
Exactly. I don't know what that big word means, but it seems like he's against it too.
Insalubrious.
Okay, yes, you say that word.
But you gods would give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer with punishment to seem fit to serve the wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. Can you fours, that be one thing, and this be another?
Oh,
Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
my lord!
I don't know who was saying that.
Thank you. Oh.
If I may speak, my lord,
Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
Ah!
Hey! By me? I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But this lawyer lad says he's stealing gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing.
I'm mad.
I was hoping.
I really never said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I was way off.
Guilty.
Hey, I'm sticking with my voice.
Mad?
Boom.
I told y'all Shakespeare is innocent. Told y'all.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day. Dot, 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 dot.
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical.
My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
Let him have this.
I'm sorry.
Are you though?
Yes.
I thought you were Josh. Now apparently you're sorry. Who are you?
He's judge right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This trial will therefore order. I'm just whispering. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Okay. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Gas doesn't come free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hank Hill over there.
Oh!
I love it. I love it.
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't unassailable enough as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court. That
Incontrovertibly.
no. It's that sentence doesn't make sense to me.
Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
It's like there should be a comma there, buddy,
Yeah.
to break up that long sentence.
Yeah.
Our only hope is that, but that's surely impossible at this stage.
Oh wait, yeah, that was mine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. No, you go ahead. We can trade.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty.
Teamwork.
That's it. Bop, bop. No delays, counsel. I changed my voice like 5 times since we started, but now I'm going to try to find one and stick with it. Proceed with the summation examination.
Closer!
Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. I'm a man of logic, me. We've already done this.
Yeah. Okay, man of logic. Now this here, we got to basically pick the 2 jurors that contradict each other and say, fight.
Okay.
And I think I've seen one right off the bat. I think that one and her directly contradict each other.
I mean, they're kind of. Well, what was the second half of the first girl? mean, she's kind of agreeing with him.
Yeah, I mean, they're both saying that gas is expensive.
Yeah. I would put that guy against Queen Bee because she's proud of what she does.
Okay.
You see where I'm coming from? Because this whole trial, she's been so adamant about her gas being the best.
Okay. Well, let me press this guy. See if just anything else pops up. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time.
You take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Oh, sorry. I was getting into it.
Goodness me. What are you talking about? Sit him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Ah! You're right! I haven't considered that at all!
Alright, the guy just did a big whoosh.
Dot, dot, dot.
Fancy,
Young
don't.
lawyer man.
Yes.
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representative.
Hey, I'd be down for that. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Okay. That didn't trigger anything.
Right.
Oh,
I was gonna say, let's reread the last two, so
oh. Okay.
that might as well already.
Okay.
There's an all-out attack underway here in the case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas.
I can't do that voice. Am I supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisoning. What about electricity, huh? What about getting electrocuted? What about that?
Okay, I see the point she's making now. Yes.
Everybody's looking at the negative side of the gas instead of thinking how everything else everybody uses has a negative.
Yeah.
A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
It's messed up, but it's true.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing.
Well, that's messed up.
They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not these devious companies We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Okay. Okay, that triggered something in him. Let's pursue it.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3?
Oh, golly. You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
Excuse me.
It's not
Sorry.
even 7.
I know. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipeline. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a security check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us.
He proceeded to take out one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of a pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you...
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh, please. Everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you.
What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect customers to our own...
These unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
I'm sorry, I don't know happy with me voice.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes and there's a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you don't do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker it for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly.
My lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going round the neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker.
The trouble is, the particular worker came to my house, didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all of his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you?
But it exploded? Well, if he blew hard then... Wait, you mean... That's right.
The lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all, I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes.
Well, we got a long ways away from tea.
Am I right?
Well, see, now... that one makes sense.
It does. Because remember when Gary Beat would talk about like how the lights would flicker?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm thinking... Who was blowing out the lamp? Unless...
He was trying to kill him. This proves it. Because maybe old boy knew about that. Because Natsume who lived above him.
Mm-hmm.
Same room as the serial killer who had all that money.
Mm-hmm.
What's to say Shakespeare doesn't go... blows out all the lights up top too.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I didn't think about that.
It's not Shakespeare, he's innocent.
Free Magnus.
Yeah, free Magnus. But now, like as far as that goes, that makes sense because that was a little bit of backstory there too. It's like there was some type of serial killer had like a bunch of money that he had stole off of people, and the
It's empty.
Oh, it is? Okay.
basically he ended up moving into there, and pretty much we can guess that he moved in there to try to find his money stash because he was wanting Mr. Natsumi's room to start with. Mr. Natsumi has been complaining of waking up, gasping for air, and no matter what he does, the gas always shuts off, and then or the gas light goes out, and then he wakes up some other one because of it. He thinks there's a curse on the room. So, and then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh well. Oh.
Oh well, if you'd like, I don't mind.
Well, I do. If that's our company's secret method of identifying the road, then it is.
Like I said, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
It's only 7, man.
At least I wasn't dramatic about it. I'm going to be quiet about it because, you know, we're streaming. I'm trying to be, like, courteous. But no. It's only 7. So there's only 2 fingers, bud.
Ah!
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get me started.
No.
Give him the nut fingers, Lego.
Ah!
You're not expecting it.
Blow too hard into a gas pipe, and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Ah! I'm just looking through a little bit more. Ah! I didn't mean to go that far. Oh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way Mr. Shakespeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened in some other way and not via Mr. Natsume's teeth.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Well, we've been saying he got poisoned by a gas leak since we started the case.
I was literally about to say. Huffing too much gas.
I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Ooh. Oh, like what?
Oh,
Cheese?
while you're there, I'll go ahead and grab that last one. Unless you want the last one.
No.
It's like over Felix if you're like, I want it. I paid for it.
I got a couple tall boys in the car.
Yeah, fair enough. Appreciate it.
Okay. It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Thank you. No, wait, that was yours. That was all yours. I'm sorry, man.
You were on a roll.
I'm sorry. Once again, Soseki-san fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I ought to let Susato-san remind me. Then again, we really don't need it. We've just done it. Where we pursued
Hey,
him.
whatever you say, streamer. Getting all the FaceTime. You do you.
Refresh my memory there, Dave. That's all you.
Oh, are you sure? Because you took it last time. I wouldn't be offended.
Well, I didn't mean it that way.
When a particular juror is talking, the other jurors will be listening. Naturally.
No way.
Most of the time, when people are speaking themselves, They are not careful to give away any more than they want to. But when they feel like, but when they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded.
Mr. Wyatt.
Yeah, that was
Oh
all
shoot!
you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Read all this shit.
Hey, I have
So
to be the
this-
flamboyant guy.
I know, but I gotta reread all this crap. So if you see people reacting strangely in an unguarded moment, you can pursue them to find out why. Here, take a look at this, Mr. Aroda. When you press the jurors on about their assertion, can we just skip this? We know. Fuck.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't care.
Okay.
Hey, at least you're not having to read in archaic Elizabethan English.
Fair enough.
I don't mind. Now, he's the only person that's actually talking about tea.
Yeah.
But what's the old man say?
Okay. Wait. I wonder if we gotta press two people, get two different things, and then pick them. Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
I'm sorry? What's that now?
Yeah, because it could be introduced as a gas leak, and he'd be like, yeah, it's possible. And then bam.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drank something else on that night.
I'm mad! What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? God, he's angry. Haven't you been listening to me at all?
He's pissed.
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compare.
Go ahead, you already started.
No.
Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have said. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
Oh, the trouble is.
He has selective hearing.
Exactly, but still. This juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Okay.
Ugh.
We also never pressed the first two.
Yeah.
But we have no evidence. Or at least thought.
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with a big old mustache.
Look who's talking.
Excuse me?
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Don't gang it up on me. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence that will change his mind.
Montage!
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the I almost said momentum. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of information in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
I might interject here.
Yes, madam?
It seems my fellow jurors taken issue with the price of our company gas charges. or charges for gas or something. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man.
Yeah.
That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
So she doesn't even know what's going on.
No.
She just kind of
No.
exists.
No. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to be adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either.
Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
That bitch.
Okay.
So the only one left is the guy that's only talking about tea.
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife.
Yeah.
She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drank it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cup of, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
God, salted tea is horrible. Well, you see, like, what that come down to is, well, being in the hospital or something like that, they bring her a little lunch thing. She didn't want the tea, so I take it. So I grab a couple packets of sugar, pour it in there. Not realize one of those sugar packets was a salt packet. Sit there and mix it up, go drink it, and just
Oh my god.
That's the thing though, tea should only come in one way. Cold and sugar.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no other way to drink tea. I don't care what anybody says. I will fight anybody to the death that tries to tell me otherwise.
hot tea's good when you have sinuses.
Yeah, if you like...
Drinking something hot
Careful.
clears it up.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. So I can't speak my mind.
No. So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Okay. Oh, wait.
His didn't change.
It didn't change, but if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. But yet over here, blow too hard on the pipes and you extinguish everything in a house, and then you're in real trouble. He's insinuating poison by gas.
Yeah, that is true. I'm glad you explained that second half of it, because otherwise I would have thought you had another Mission Impossible moment.
Red roof, red and green roof, red light, green light.
It's like the bomb. Like red wire, green wire.
What?
Alright. Let's go ahead and try pitting these two together. Pit! Smackdown, drag out. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there was any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard has enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it! What a piece of work! Is a man?
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What What speakest thou? Prithee, it is not strange and strange. That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall and
I was not sucking off a gas pipe.
that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. That would mean like he poisoned himself? Good lord!
This is some scary shit.
I was just thinking about that. Are they tasty then? Gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas?
What?
Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him then,
For shame, madam. Speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection.
No! This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture.
Ah!
I magically grabbed another glass. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall.
There's handprints.
On the gas thingy.
Yes. Is in piece of evidence.
In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist.
Or stand on top of a box.
Mm-hmm.
These are empty assertions. Dude!
He just poured that.
He just magically grabbed another glass, too! These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection.
It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shampspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shampspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall.
Oh no.
Oh, shoot.
Where did that cat come from?
Oh, gosh. Ooh. Oh, yeah, just slap yourself. Slap it right out of your head. And I have evidence to prove it.
Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again Mr. Shampspeare stood in front of his gas lamp.
Pull up the glory hole photo. Bam.
Yep. Bop.
Take that!
What the?
These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is exciting new forensic technique. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Shampspeare could have touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's like black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow. That's for sure.
I agree, this month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shampspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room.
They invented the black light.
Oh no.
For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, multiple. That's a shitload.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah!
The glory hole!
Nah, here you go.
I was about to say, you already read it, so I just...
Oh, I don't believe it.
The gas lamp!
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? ... I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
Oh,
And that's why Garrity would notice that the lights were flickering.
yeah,
So I was right, but kind of like in a weird way.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm the best.
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement,
What? Me now?
when the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas just to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Croaking! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection! Objection.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, these so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But, it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Ugh. Certainly. Even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But,
Hold it!
please, my lord. Oh, yeah? I'm sorry, I apologize. Alright,
Finish it out.
I'll read it like you then. Please, my lord, if I may.
Oh, I got you.
Yes, you know.
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I'm going home. I'll see you on next Tuesday.
Oh, man.
Bullshit. It's too cold outside. I'm gonna stay in here. Man, y'all suck, but that was a really good impersonation. I'm not gonna lie. If the trial were to come to an end now,
I didn't do nothing except for
that's my stupid laugh.
You got this, man.
We should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Hold it. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Call me Tony.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. So 2 got convinced.
That's progress.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
Sound like you're about to start singing Folsom City Blues or whatever that song was about from Johnny Cash.
Oh.
Folsom, what was that? Folsom County Prison, that's what it was. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm going to get flamed later for that because I can't remember the name of that song. Folsom Prison by Johnny Cash. Moving on.
Yeah, it's all good.
If just one juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Husato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Oh, he's sweating bullets now. Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it. I got faith in you.
You'll
We
never
got this.
figure it out.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
I mean, if he's a man of logic, considering the evidence, yeah, they're willing to throw out that skin print, but I mean, it's still some form of evidence. We either have to convince him, the gas selling chick, or Big Dude.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, so the only one that changed was the first one.
Well, I mean, his changed.
Yeah. I said that right before I started reading.
Oh, okay. But yeah, as far as like who changed their findings, it's 6, 3, 6, 2, and 3.
Okay. Let's see this guy now.
He's the only one not looking at the camera.
Hmm. But that's kind of like his thing
I
for
don't
some
know.
reason.
But he's on the fence. He don't want to look directly in the eye.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. So we've got to pit the ones that are not on his side. We can't pit them with a good one.
So if we pressed all 3 of them?
No. All the evidence you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to the Japanese man with a big mustache. We've been here.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, that's new.
No, it's not.
It is?
No.
Yeah. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny it's playing in my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides,
Yes.
even if the fella has been up to some mischief in the gas pipe, good lord, Even if the fella has been up to submission for the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got to the same. He got up to the same.
You got this.
Dog, I'm trying, okay?
You got this. I believe in you.
I don't read very well. I go back to the 3rd grade next Thursday. Next Thursday. Yes, Thursday.
Thursday. You got this.
It doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, then I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
She's gonna switch.
What?
That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
Oh no. No.
Wait!
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can't substantiate our position. I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
Oh, shoot. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shakespeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Let's check. We do have supporting testimony, and it doesn't have to come from Mr. Natsumi. Mr. Garrett did.
Oh, Gary, that's right. Yeah, we could bring him in.
I think that's what it is because, I mean, we don't have any evidence that says that.
Because I don't know if Gary Deeb knows that blowing into the pipe makes it flicker. He just says that's how much activity is going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do specifically remember that particular line for some weird reason. That stuck out to me.
Mm-hmm. He did say that. Says, no, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked.
To the
person.
past.
A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Daredive residence that night, namely...
Mr. Gary Deeb.
Yeah, because we could throw this guy out there, but he's the suspect, so...
Yeah.
That'd be...
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? That's shit,
shoot.
my bad.
Woo! I don't think he was listening. Rest assured, counsel, I shan't let such nonsensical answers go without penalty. I thought I got away with it.
No, that makes perfect sense, though.
But the only other one it could be. Oh shoot, we're good. No.
Hold it!
Give me the block!
Shoot, shoot, do what? Because I got
I have supporting testimony.
Because I got
Yeah, in truth, okay, yeah.
Shakespeare can prove his innocence.
Bah. I'm surprised it'd be him though, because it looked like that'd be conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly. So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipes to make the man's stove go out on purpose.
Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for?
Hi guys, I'm here.
Mr. Foreman?
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost.
Yay! We did it!
Yay! The power of friendship!
Can't go any further.
Oh yeah.
Give
The
me
last three notes of it would mess it all up and make it where we get copyright struck. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shakespeare,
My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee?
what say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God amend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
yeet.
I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who? Me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
Arg! I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. I'm sorry.
Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow? Oh, wait, hold on. That's not. That's you.
Oh. Yeah,
Hallelujah.
it threw me too. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
He wanted the gold.
There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Ah! Nailed it!
Ah! Order! Order! Council! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of...
Herlock Sholmes.
You want
No.
to- So Seki Natsumi.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out... That's right. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. A live round. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger, whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end.
You good?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes, I am fine.
Alright.
Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant.
Caught!
Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection! Objection.
Man, these tables are strong.
Yeah.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
Okay. What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment, and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
Yeah, who put it there, Judge?
I don't know.
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare's murderous designs?
Ah, you mean to suggest?
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could have possibly known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accuser, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
I'm just laughing because I'm thinking it's almost like two mold colonies trying to fight each other. They're sending spores back and forth.
Damn.
But anyway,
Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. A note of warning. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
You have a more imminent. That's what you need to do. There you go.
I'm glad my limiter is still on.
It's more along the lines of.
Oh yeah.
Josh, you alright over there?
Blue dildo!
I about fucking died that day. I was laughing so hard. Just calm down. There's a big purple dildo on my way.
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? All right.
Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of this jury may very well change their oh man. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
The power
That's
of
right.
teamwork and friendship. Yeah!
What advantage?
There you go.
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean name the true culprit?
I know it may sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I may have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. It was olive green.
Oh,
You're welcome.
you got it.
Maybe. We'll find out.
Well, I was about to say, yeah, this is before my time as Van Zix and Shamspeare.
All right. See, Olive Green, she was caught up in this as well, but she basically, long story short, she was in the case right outside the residence where she got stabbed, and they thought that Mr. Natsumi done it. This is the second time he's been on trial within like a week.
Ooh.
And so what actually happened was Mr. Garrett and his wife was getting into a fight, and she was throwing stuff at him, and a knife accidentally flew out the window, hit like a little guard thing, and then dropped down into her back while she was bending down to pick up some books.
Okay, so she has a reason.
Well, see, the reason is because Duncan Ross was living in Soseki's room, and he died from gas inhalation after this guy moved in there, and he was wanting that room. And so basically the theory Dave's working on, which makes sense, is that somehow Olive Green found out that he poisoned her lover, and she was trying to poison him for doing it.
So she has a reason.
Yeah.
Well, it's worth a shot.
That is my genuine thought process behind it.
That makes perfect sense. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence. Poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. Oh, shoot. She had the poison given to her by the doctor, too. She had the poison given by the doctor. Well, the doctor didn't give her the poison, but we walked in on her right as she was trying to commit suicide. By
Because
poison.
there was no reason for her to do it otherwise, because she thought she killed him.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Dang! Oh! The
prosecution calls for the jury to reconsider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, yeah, don't you worry. We know exactly. Objection.
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
But thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory?
Who? Yeah, that's you again.
Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Go ahead. It's the X button.
Yeah, wrong button. It's not the right button.
It's the top
I know.
one.
You said Xbox.
I think it's Y button. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green?
That doesn't sound right.
Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago.
There's a lot of a build-up to it, man. I could be right.
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. Alibi.
The only thing was he would have had no reason to blow on the pipe while the guy was in custody. He would have no reason because Natsume was in custody over that case.
Exactly.
So he waited to blow on the pipe until he come back. Yeah. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. And we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison?
You just now thought about it?
Well, the only thing, though, is that, honestly, me and Dave didn't think about it till just now.
Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, if she's had a bottle of poison, and we're worried about people getting poisoned.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but
coming from my end, I don't know all the other crap leading up to this.
Well, see, basically she made it out like she took it from among the doctor's things, and she was just about to kill herself with it.
Yeah, it got kind of dark kind of quick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel too comfortable with it.
There is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
Yes, I am. No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look of Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, or at least not by name.
I would look at it as that he was like, oh my gosh, he got me. But I guess not.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
I wasn't expecting that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here, and I can get another bottle of wine and about 6 more glasses.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. One power should be sufficient.
Very well. I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Hot damn! Hot damn, we got that motherfucker.
That was it.
I was smart.
Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a $5.
Okay.
I just like reading.
Oh my god, this is getting pretty intense.
Yeah. Hopefully we can finish up the case tonight.
We should be able to. What time is it?
It's
8
about,
o'clock.
it's about 8.
Yeah, we can finish it up. Maybe we'll see how it goes.
All right. Hold on a second. Well, all right then. All right, we have someone in chat.
Oh, we do? When
Yes.
did it pop up?
Sausage party, what's up? Got teabagged. Get teabagged. Oh man. Oh man. How you doing, Pyro? We're me and some buddies, we're all hanging out and we're playing Ace Attorney Chronicles. Stuck at work again. Yeah, right now we're taking a little bit of a break, but we're about to get back together, but we're playing Ace Attorney Chronicles. And like we'll be back as soon as they get done smoking. But like as far as that goes, we're playing Ace Attorney Chronicles, like I said, and we've been trying to have like each one of us read different lines, and we got like characters that we're trying to read out in the story, and we're trying to have a good time of it. It's pretty fun. So you having a really busy night? I ate a bag of... Okay, hold on just a second. I ate a bag of cheesies. Now I'm going to have a heart attack. Slow so far. Well, shoot, don't have that now. Are those cheesies rough on you or something? Okay. I see that. Salt. Got a little fryer tuck going on there, Mac. LOL.
It's too cold to smoke, man. I don't care. It's freezing out there. I'm good.
Dave.
Hey, it's Josh.
Yeah, it is getting cold out there, ain't it?
I'm not a fan.
Oh, shoot. Pyro just said F and Dave.
Yeah, that's right. It's effing Dave. Effing Dave's effing cold. Effing freezing out there's what it is. Not a fan of that.
Yeah, right now I I got the computer and webcam set so far away from me, I'm having to look at chat on my phone in order to read what you're saying, man.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah. But all right, it looks like we're about to get started again. Everybody's trying to get settled. This is Lego.
Is that the guy we played Halo with that one day?
Yeah.
A muggy leopard. If you remember me. Every night we played one time for a little bit. And I kept getting kicked.
23rd February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I just stepped on something.
You'll be all right.
That was just the DDD amiibo.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the DDD amiibo, no.
Worthless.
It's a collector's item. Ah!
So are Hot Wheels, Transformers, cool stuff. Postage stamps. You collect DDD.
Well, I mean, I can't say much. I used Bowser as a medicine ball the other day.
Wait, what?
Like, there's this thing where, like, you can get, I think they call it like a Tai Chi ball, and it's got like a bunch of knots under it, or all over it. And you're supposed to put it like on spots where your muscles hurting, and like move it around and stuff. And I'm like, man, I don't want to buy one of them balls. I'm like, I looked at Bowser's shell. I was like, hey, it's just about the same thing. So I was putting it on my hamstring and moving it.
How did it work?
It did a little bit, but it was kind of too pointy.
Dave has some beard gene.
Yeah.
Some beard game, yeah.
Oh, beard game. I thought I said gene. Yeah, it's hard to see it from all the way.
Yeah, it's there. I haven't shaved it in like 8 years, roughly. Yeah, when I got out of the Navy, I stopped shaving. And I was like, never again. I had to shave every day, every single day when I was with my Marines. Nah, never again. I'm over that.
What's a jame? Okay, I guess he misheard us saying game or something like that.
Either that or when I said gene.
Gene, gotcha.
Like good genes.
Good genes, I got you.
That might be.
They're alright. I mean, I've had it for a while, but I like my jeans too.
Yeah. Yeah, Lego must have said jeans.
Just love that PC is far away.
I got the chat on this too.
I don't shave. Still don't look like that.
Yeah, he's got that. What would you call?
Luck?
I got them good genetics, I guess.
Yeah.
Should have seen my dad. That thing went down to his belly button.
Santa Claus.
That dude was Santa Claus.
With more attitude.
Pretty much, that dude talks shit to you for no reason, too. No reason at all. He just talks some shit.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased to see you. Or I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, a non-locum judicial assistant, a non-locum judicial assistant Miss Kotoba Esquires. That is a mouthful.
That's a bunch of that was a bunch of syllables.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Arg! Herlock Jones! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. Ooh.
So his tea was poisoned.
Oh my gosh. Don't need to be saying that, man. I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking.
Oh, this is the perfect character for you.
Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. And Pyro says ZZ Top up in here.
I'm the long lost cousin.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
It's 11:30 in the morning. Oh yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep.
Oh shit.
Oh
He's
my
oh my
gosh.
god!
That makes so much sense.
Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? I like this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Upon which realization I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results. By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness.
No shit.
I mean, he pretty much said that. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yes. I think most of us probably do that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method.
Pretty sure you just overslept and you just giving us excuses.
Hey, it's a good excuse. Oh, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do.
It's a bottle.
Ah!
Yes, of course. It's the poison that... Oh, oops.
It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. Your go now.
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder shoals. Pipe. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine.
So I was right. Perhaps.
Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
The bottle of poison. Oh, wait. No, that's actually you there. It's narration.
All right. Bottle of poison. A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of slow-acting poison, strychnine, inside. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record.
Oh, I have a word.
Pick a number between 1 and 3.
Could I have a word? It's going to take forever for it to
I don't care. Fine, Logan. You get another part in all this.
Fine.
You got this.
Could I have another word? Who is this guy?
The Wheat Man.
The Wheat Man.
Nah, it's
Gregson, how good of you to come.
You done Gregson last.
Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute.
Well, fuck!
Wait a minute, Inspector.
My big moment ruined. I had to get my stuff. I
Yeah, to get his
don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I am not here.
Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
You will.
Son of a bitch. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? No, yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, yeah, the one that had the room to start with. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room?
A man by the name of... Ah, yes. Selden.
Selden.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I went through the archives at the yacht and dug out the fella's life.
Fine.
Whatever. I was 2 letters in different spots. There's something else. There's something in there that caught me eye. Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. That's what it feels like.
Thank you.
Son of a bitch!
You were complaining earlier.
Capital Offenders File. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. The capital offenders file has been The capital offenders file has been entered into the court record.
You got this, Dave.
These documents include the details that were when were in the newspaper cutting when we found it. Oh Lord. I'm a talker, not a reader. Include the details that were in the. Oh my God. I passed the 3rd grade eventually.
You got this, man.
Include the details that were in the newspaper clipping we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
There you go.
Got that motherfucker. I'm good now. Damn it. I'll rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have to duplicate information.
Okay. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones that turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
You read better when you put on
I
it.
don't care.
Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is a shining diamond in his crown.
I like to think so, but I'm not.
A shining diamond. In the rough, maybe.
Thank you.
Oh, shoot. My guy's just being a jerk right there.
Look, I don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
I mean, you could say please.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So the best of luck to you.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsune? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle.
Look, the guy is shaking. He's scared. He did something.
That's exactly what everybody says about him. It's like, look at how suspicious he looks. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryonosuke. You have to.
Huh?
Ryonosuke? That's how you say it? Yeah. Well, alright, I've been saying it's wrong. It's Ryonosuke.
23rd of February, 12:30 p.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom.
Y-U-S-U-K-E.
Okay.
It's why you suck, eh? Alright, moving on, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Lame. Boo.
Yeah.
You suck.
I'll see y'all later.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores.
Thank you
You damn right.
for that backhanded consideration.
Ha!
A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Oh my. So, alright.
Witnesses, state
all
your
agree?
names and occupations for the court, please.
Might as well.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green, a fledgling artist, don't know. Not fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Man.
Apparently, my
Also
relationship-
currently unemployed, in other words.
Oh, thanks.
What? A cote? Do y'all, either of y'all know this word?
Coterie?
Coterie?
Coterie, cotier. I have no idea.
What?
That's a big old weird word. Must be French.
What a coterie?
What a farce.
That'll work. Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised. Excuse me. The possibility has been. Sorry. The possibility has been. Oh snap! I feel something tickling.
It's there.
The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green?
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume.
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I was poisoning this ridiculous buffoon!
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you expect me, or suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on that night this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital, fighting for me life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside of the Garadeb household.
Ah!
An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back with a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other relevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why. We would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day.
Fuck.
And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
Damn it. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witness will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Witness testimony. The evening of 17th February.
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be outside the house where the men in this case had their lodgings.
How's she not getting paint on her face?
That's what I was wondering.
Well, how else you gonna paint that pink shit under her eyes?
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to. That's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I know nothing about all this business.
I really like your Miss Green voice, by the way.
My what?
Miss Green.
Oh, I thought you said miscreants. I'm like, what?
No,
We about to fight?
Miss Green.
You are a miscreant.
Oh, what?
Huh?
I was like, you are a miscreant.
Yeah, pretty much. A vagabond too. A one man, you know, living on his own. No one to love but himself.
And his dog.
And his fat fucking dog.
Gilligan.
35 pounds when I got him in 2014. He's 95. Guess how I know? The vet told me and she was madder than shit. His dog's too fat. He's like, you have too big of a mouth. Shut up. I'm going to feed my dog what he wants. And my dog likes biscuits and gravy, damn it.
And oatmeal cream
And
pies.
oatmeal cream pies. I've never seen an animal eat that shit. I barely see even people eat that shit. What's Slim Jim?
Sure, go ahead.
You want Slim Jim?
Nah, I'm good. I still have a bag of beef jerky at the house.
I would like Slim Jim too. I've got one in my hand.
All right, well, that just went into the couch. You have to dig for that.
Save it for later.
Yeah.
There's meat flying everywhere.
It's a meat tornado.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. Shit. Don't mind me. I'm just digging for meat.
All
You're
right.
about to be speaking, Miss Green.
Yes.
Shit.
Yes.
You haven't even started talking first.
I'm trying to. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
What are you looking for?
That other meat I threw.
They
That-
probably went underneath the couch.
The other one went in the floor. Yeah.
Am I up?
No. Meanwhile, you say you are not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
That'll be a snack for
It
later.
was the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine?
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
I suspected there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination. The evening of 17th February.
All right, let's try to figure this out now. 6 days ago, 5 p.m. I was walking on something. Okay. I was at the tavern on that definitely needs to be pressed.
I was about to say, wasn't she dating a dude that was living in the area?
Well, I think she was going to go talk to old boy about Duncan.
Yeah.
Selden.
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It's nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Ah,
It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Uh-oh. Somebody's like, what in the world?
Oh, shit. Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court?
Da, 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 da. To be or not to be? That is the question. Oh, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Oh, so they actually name him. Okay. Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all.
What you got?
For some reason it's not loading what he said. Did you catch it?
Yeah, he's like, every time I leave and come back, I'm more confused.
Oh,
Welcome to Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
yeah. This is a hard game to keep up with sometimes.
You can't miss a beat.
If you're gone for 2 minutes, you lost about 2 hours worth of progress.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how this game is. It's awesome. But at the same time, it's like, oh, what? What do you mean there was a knife on the kitchen table? We were talking about cheese dumplings a minute ago. What happened?
Yeah. Alrighty. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it was so, but sadly nay. Nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green.
Me, my lord? What have I done wrong?
The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Miss Green's card. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Miss Green's card. Miss Green's card has been.
I thought that too the first time you read it. I didn't say anything.
Miss Green's card has been entered into the court record.
Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross.
No shit.
Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Shit. Oh, wait, no, we're at a press.
Okay. Let me see what this card actually says.
Well, didn't you already have like the corner of it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of like the indicator that said, hey, this is important. We should probably look for this later.
Okay, you gotta look at it after. Bop.
Oh, no, it's a
That
perfect
is
fit.
it.
But they found it in Shamspeare's room.
Mm-hmm.
So she was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Or he is the person that knew of, or Shamspeare is the person that knew of Duncan's death.
Mm-hmm. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open. Okay. Okay, so now, let's see if we can't find something where they said that they weren't there. Or somewhere else. Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspeare wonderfully there.
It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at least. Alas. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose.
Bullshit!
Okay. It just happened. Coincidentally, it happened to just be outside the room. Okay.
And that's the one that we grew up on already.
Yeah.
Well, she was digging in her ear for a second.
Oh shoot, with a paintbrush? That wouldn't be no good. But anyway, I think it's here. Because it says it happened to be just outside the house.
But we found the other piece of letter inside the house.
Yep.
Objection!
Nope. That's not it. Let's go ahead and save just in case. Okay.
Go back to Shamspeare.
Wait. For some reason I thought of Eve as the day
Day
before.
before, yeah.
But that's that evening, yeah.
At 5 o'clock, so it's the evening, so.
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to do this. See, I wonder now if I... Oh. I was wondering if it let me open the note. Well, still, the theory's still there.
Yeah.
I'll speak through this. We pretty much know it.
A lot of talk.
What? All right.
Was a snug and solid where I did Terry Tessidrael the East End. A little unexpected I feel. Fine dining for the locality, at least. An establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his bread.
Ah.
I would have expected grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your needs. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush.
Oh, shoot.
A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Wait a second. Did the note say to meet him?
Mm-hmm.
Meet him at the bar?
Yep.
Okay. Then that worked out perfect then.
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, place you don't normally patronize? Or patronize? Patronize. For a very particular reason.
I do not know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely...
Green card. Take that! Hacha!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good Lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Well,
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Well, you would think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the particular note, or peculiar note. This note, or...
This note was delivered to me at my address and has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Oh, that's where you present this.
yeah.
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in a hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Oh, in my room?
Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well,
Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green?
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it.
Damn, I would have said ants.
You did what? Sorry. Thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? Big flamboyant dick.
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. If you don't get it right the first time, try again.
Miss Green.
Yes.
Whilst I have the court's sympathy, or whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be given false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Sad face. Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Witness testimony. The anomaly of the note.
I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Slap, slap, slap. I can point out the villain right here. And as for that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
I went a little extra there, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Told you Shakespeare's innocent.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Oh,
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon.
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said. The fledgling artists don't lie. The note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, slap, slap, slap. We all know who the lawyers around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was without question found in. Yeah, you cut me off.
You cut me off.
No,
I
I mean the green.
Oh.
It's her line.
I
don't see why I should explain.
Sorry.
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Very well then, the defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There's no question about that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one.
Cross-examination. The anomaly of the note.
I pressed that.
Yeah.
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened. Except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection.
But for what reason would the witness have done that?
I'm
going to deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, and further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only come into the possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruto.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Okay, why else would she have been there? This is the book of receipt. The street map. Bar soap. I don't show anything.
It has to have something to do with the Selden news clipping. If we decide.
Oh yeah, we need to read that. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Street. Okay, that's literally it.
I don't tell us much.
Can we examine the ball? I don't think we have yet.
No.
Huh. Make your mind up, Susoto-san. Yeah, there's nothing extra about that.
So I just...
Oh, I think it just done it because I just put it on there.
So now we're just back to trying to find a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Push that way.
See, whenever we looped around, she said something about we had to prove she had another reason to go in the room.
Who's the dude that died in that lodging?
Duncan. Duncan Ross is the person she was intimate with.
Okay. So that was a reason.
Maybe he knew something? I don't know.
Well, wait. Didn't we find this picture underneath the board?
I would present that down.
Yeah, we found that in Shakespeare's room.
This picture?
Yeah. Not that one in. There is one more thing. No,
The
it's
soap.
soap. Went in there for the soap.
Bitch need a bath.
That doesn't prove another reason, huh?
I'm at a loss because it's another one of those things where I mean, did you press everything?
Did we press this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Objection!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist. Remember, artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted. Fig. This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing.
And I'll kick your aspiration.
Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one of so pure of heart, ample woman?
You calling me fat? You're you almost went into it.
In heart, I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Asshole.
Tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death.
Ooh, is that a threat?
Oh, you threatening me?
Yes, you're flat bitch.
I'll mollywhoop the shit out ya.
Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark.
Objection, bitch!
This is your chance to shine. Oh wait, that was me.
Yeah.
I'm not so Shakespearean. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Soto. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence.
Yes. I got it, don't worry.
Sorry. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor. So surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choice is betwixt, I knew him, and I knew him not. Then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
I'm glad you got that voice, because holy shit, that lost me.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature?
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire. 'Tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced in a great many companions.
Huh. What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies.
What? Good Lord!
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies.
I can't help but think that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around.
Oh, that's pretty cold.
That was mean. Is that wrong of me? No, you right.
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's rooms. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. Now that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because that was before, wasn't it? 17th of February?
What?
She's saying, ah, yes, of course.
So what?
That she couldn't have went down there the 17th of February because she was in the hospital. But that's when she got hurt.
Yeah, that was the day of.
It's all some sort of a misunderstanding. Wait, that's you again.
It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
Don't cheese it?
Nah, I'm good, man.
Good, that's the right choice.
I appreciate it.
I don't want you getting fat on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to get any fatter.
Don't say that. You've lost a lot of weight. I'm proud of you. Don't you fucking report that.
It's too late.
It's on the internet now, huh?
Yep.
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeke's getting at?
We just did that one.
Yeah, and it's just like everything we pressed hasn't done anything new. But Lord Van Zeke said something.
Have you tried to see if the glove fits his hand or not? I'm glad you got that deal.
Why that one? Because he was sitting there saying no inconsistencies in your story.
Alright, press it again.
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Let me know.
Okay, it's got to be that statement. And
Yep.
it's basically like, what other reason would she have went in there?
Get some dick.
Yeah. Done that.
It was the armband all along.
Yeah. His lawyer's badge. I don't see why poisoning him would have been a reason for going in there. At this point, I'm like, I don't know. All right, time to safety save.
Safe's coming.
But we don't care.
Yeah, I don't want to reset this. Why would she?
Maybe it was the books. I think it has literally nothing to do with anything. That was only mentioned in like one spot.
Mm-hmm. She was stabbed while she was looking at this. Nothing in there. Maybe using Van Zeke's, that doesn't make any sense either. But I mean, maybe going off of Van Zeke's where he's saying, okay, I won't tolerate the inconsistency. What if we just show the piece again?
I don't know.
I mean,
Because there's a part of the story she's not telling us.
yeah. No.
Yep, I reload.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it'll be an impact.
Yeah. Hmm.
You sure it's that one though?
Well, see, this is the one. Where it's like it comes up here. He disagrees with that. And then he's like, any further pursuit of that knows me. And then she says this. Miss Greed could only have come into possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Chancery's room. And yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings?
to get the photo of Gary Beeman and the boy, but we already tried that.
Mm-hmm. It's great. Nope, that ain't it.
It's usually a good thing if the music stops. That's what we're going on with.
Mhm.
One was green, if that means anything.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm grasping at straws here. That makes the most amount of sense. But I won't say it.
I don't have any way to connect it, but I just had like a thought of maybe she's the one stealing gas and like selling it to another company, but there's no way to connect that. Nope.
Now, are you sure it's that statement in particular?
I would think so, just because the hint that Susato gives is that what's the other reason that she would go in there, and that's literally when she's saying, why would I sneak into his room?
Maybe it's explained in another passage of what she's saying.
Point out the villain here. Don't know anything about it.
And you could always say that, you know, if you presented the photo of Duncan and old boy, they were found in the same little box.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I'm at a genuine loss.
If it was that one, I was gonna be upset.
This doesn't make sense.
We're missing something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that was the case, if the note advantage, then why does he have the end of the piece?
Yeah. But that's the thing, whenever we press that, then Van Zeeks is like, well, you still haven't proved the reason why she even went in there. I can't present a person in this game. Unless maybe she was looking for the money? That
But then again, that was Duncan Ross's call to move into that spot in Digger. That wasn't under her guidance.
right, but what if he was secretly looking for it too?
I mean, worst case scenario, we try to reload.
Yeah. If this is it, I'm gonna be
Okay, good.
okay.
question every line?
I think so.
Including old boy.
Well,
We've been real focused on her.
Yeah.
well, yeah. I'm pretty sure I went through every statement and pressed. Yeah, I'm fairly certain I did. Okay. Yeah, see, I remember that.
Yeah. Time flies.
Yeah. Yeah. This is where. See, he's kind of weird about this too. See, there's that too. No reason why it would be that. But still, I just don't know what to do.
I mean, I'm at a genuine loss as well because we've tried damn near everything.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see what we need to throw out.
No.
Why would we be giving that about Selden right before all this anyway?
See, I think it would link in with, you know, like why somebody might have been, why he would try to kill Natsume. I think is where it's going to go to. I'm just about willing to look it up at this point.
I honestly wouldn't blame you at this point.
Well, when we question Homeboy and it leads to everybody getting involved, and Van Zeke's even saying, you know, she needs to be straight about her testimony. What happens if we question him further about the car? Because she gets all defensive and quiet, you know?
Here?
Yeah.
Let's see. See, I wish there was a way to. See, you can't present in the middle of a statement like that. You can change people you're looking at, but usually they don't matter.
Hold on. Like, go left again. Go back right.
There is a pursue option.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The only thing is that 9 times out of 10 they do like, oh!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now that we see that we can pursue with other people.
Just pursued that.
Excuse me.
Probably gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you want to look it up, I really wouldn't blame you.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's this is getting a little weird.
I'm not saying it's getting late.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
I want to finish this. All right.
If you want to take the rest of that pizza home, feel free.
Alright.
If you want to take the rest of that cheese sticks home, feel free.
Oh, that's all you.
All right.
They say I could eat a few pieces in the morning.
You ever get a major melon, Josh?
No, go ahead. That's why they're there.
All right.
Yeah, anytime y'all want something.
I was getting a bit thirsty. Just, hey, hold up now. You're jamming me in the red. What's wrong with you?
With the coke now.
Oh man, I don't see how you have that.
Because I'm so used to always biting all my nails off, so the fact that I actually have some nails now is...
Throwing you off.
it's different.
An easier way to do it probably would have been to just simply write up that sentence and then Ace Attorney.
Well, I found a thing.
Trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to figure out how to get forward. We are stuck.
And as soon as we read that part, we're going to be like, oh my god.
It was really that easy. We only had to examine the thing 3 times and then do a twirly twirl.
Okay. It's what?
And
What now?
What now? What you got?
It's telling me to present the bottle of poison. But I did.
Now you examine it.
That's right.
Oh my gosh! Oh!
Told you.
Yeah, Josh, he told you.
As soon as we found out what it was, it's gonna smack us in the face.
That's enough to aggravate somebody right there.
Just enough to aggravate somebody, huh?
Yeah, just enough. Oh my gosh. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear. Oh!
Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Can this be?
You broke into my room, too?
It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me!
Oh shoot, well at least her dress is staying up by some type of anti-gravitational field or something.
Ain't nobody will see that.
Yeah, that's true.
Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? That's what I thought we were saying when we brought her up there.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
We Googled it, we know.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. Take my Van Zeeks.
That's what he does, man. He steals people's rolls and shit.
I'm not used to it.
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would have likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Van Zeeks? I do like whenever the persecutors get on your side.
Yeah.
Or prosecutors.
Well,
And of course, the following morning, there was no more activity in Mr. Shamspear's address. Or Shamspear's address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder.
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspear was meddling with the pipes, or with the gas in the pipe, for the very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, this room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right. Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out. Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
Her name's Olive, but alright.
They got her a box to stand on. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
So that's why she was there.
That's how she got in. That anybody know?
Yep.
Might be how she got out, because I think she might have been leaving.
Well, no. Well, see, according to this, she wrote the letter to Shakespeare.
Right. And then as he was going up there, she would be going into his house, doing the thing, and then as she was leaving...
She poisoned the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She poisoned the lamp and took the letter to cover her tracks, but she still had the poison bottle on her. And as she was leaving, yeah, she got stabbed, but wasn't able to get rid of the evidence.
Ah, that makes sense.
But none of that was found on her when she left. It was just a bunch of bugs.
Well, the books actually belong to Natsume anyway.
Well, where'd all of her stuff go?
I think it was in her bag. And they probably wouldn't have been all that ready to trifle through her stuff whenever she was the one stabbed anyway.
Well, didn't they say when they went to visit her at the hospital?
She had the card. Yeah.
To make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison all over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
But how would she know that he was using the gas pipe to try to kill people?
She has a black light.
Because she probably figured out that that's how he killed Duncan. And then he was trying to kill Natsume.
It's a bit of a stretch.
Ordar! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all of this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? And now we have an option to do this. Bah.
Miss Quimby.
Oh.
I'm just saying, man.
You're joking, right?
And obviously, I'm joking.
Who's the...
Dude with
Yeah.
a Popeye looking dude.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Harry.
That dude looks a little old for 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings of Mr. Gerardib's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago. when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague. Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shakespeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Oh!
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, greed, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, if it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't matter if they're It doesn't
cross their minds that real people are involved.
And once they're bored, they just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everybody's forgotten it.
You? You mean you? Duncan was?
My cheek clapper!
Fiance? Are you not gonna read anymore?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Josh.
I'm sorry,
You pause and stare at us.
Okay.
No, just continue on here.
Okay, you may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shakespeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. I'm sorry, I kind of zoned out. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary?
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shakespeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
Mumblings.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Well, attempted murder.
Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shakespeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say?
The money, motherfucker!
You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
There it is.
It's all lean back and shit.
It's all good.
You'll have to forgive me, Miss Naruto, sir.
Naruto.
Well, no, I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the loss of this scam.
Well, she's got a sword and a shield.
Oh, shoot. And she's wearing green. Winkle.
Where's the chicken? Only chicken.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry.
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room.
And he is still going.
Man's gotta do some karate chops.
Man's got some good calisthenics. I get that.
Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of a woman.
Hey, you calling me fat, you motherfucker? I'll eat you.
But in any case, when I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some tubs and a piece of wire.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of a woman.
You just mad 'cause you ain't getting onto this roundy stuff, man.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. So, when I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place.
Eh?
A secret hiding place. It's underneath the floorboards.
What?
Yes, we also discovered that secret hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper clipping, a photograph, and an empty tin box.
Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
Ooh. What? There was something in it?
Yes.
All right.
Miss Ravenel's key!
Ah! What are you doing with that?
I think he's got regular voice now. So I think you can just sound mad.
What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it to me now!
That's honestly how.
You bitch! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No,
What's all this about? He inherited the key?
Was held in his dad.
It's obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you.
I think I know who he actually is. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate.
Oh, he's the cellmate.
Yes. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff ran in, but he's already dead.
That is a really good idea.
I don't know what it's for. Okay, yeah.
So what if it means you can't outbid something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute. Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shakespeare has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shakespeare at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
Yeah. Slap the face. I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal and everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel.
Magnus.
Ha!
The one true dude.
Free Magnus. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidences to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you can say, can explain the motivation for this? Yeah.
I think we can all agree what it is.
Yeah.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not?
With a smiley face on the front of it.
The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? He knows.
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The same 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Oh yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That's how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is?
Look at your leg.
No, it's all over. Mr. Shakespeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
I'm dead.
What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you. A false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
Because the treasure's in there.
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
I knew it.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shakespeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death. Alright. He made immediately for Mr. Garridiv's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shakespeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki no Natsume? The defendant of this case, no less.
Yeah, we forgot about him, huh?
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shakespeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I took a chunk of change back in those days.
It's about to have a breakdown. Or was that it?
To be continued.
Looks like. Oh, go ahead.
Looks like I'm going to snuff it. Before they get me before they stretch me back, listen. I want you to have me loot anything. Oh, to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. That was the wrong person. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell. I guess. Sham spear.
Oh, so his name's actually Shamspear, not something funny.
Swine. It's mine. That root is mine.
Yep, here's the. Mr. Shamspear?
It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do.
Well, it's trial by jury, sucker.
You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up?
He's good.
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you try to press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way. Pardon? Oh. Right.
There's one way I can finish him. Thanks. I get that line.
No!
Yeah, exactly. She knows. Thanks, Josh. Set me up for failure.
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot.
Yeah, now I gotta put my hands on something else. Where's that? Lovely.
Which means all we need to do is find it first.
It's not hard. It's right there.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If there's at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Wait. Sorry. I'm not trying to do that. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. Only.
If only there was a way we could find the convict's loot quickly. The spray thingy.
The spray thing.
Yeah. Sherlock's gun.
Oh, okay. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Rather, I think we may have something that can help us find where that loot is in. Yep. Make sure. Definitely don't want to replay all that.
Well, at least now we know what to do.
My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? Let's skip it.
No. You need to go to the picture, the skin prints.
Oh, gotcha.
Take that!
Damn, I'm good.
That's it. If I'm not mistaken, those are Miss Shamspear's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on work with a great cast, but a great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
Coming from a dude with a ridiculous hat.
Hey, you change the color up on that hat, it'd be pretty good. I should think the great Bond ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. Mr. Shakespeare. Wait, hold on. Who's that?
Oh, that's Holmes.
Oh. I should think the great Bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare.
Ha ha! Bitch!
Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Sherlock Holmes himself. What are you doing, my great detective? I know. Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper. It's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since the last we met. I gotta go for this.
Yep. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Seek's then, well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities.
Damn, he is good.
Mm-hmm.
You need only one small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used a teacup you had been holding. Elementary.
Yes, fucking boy, he is good, man.
So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh? Yes?
He's way better than you.
Well, we're in the same boat, man.
What am I going
Thanks.
to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in this old room. What form will the sample take?
I don't understand the context of what it's getting at. Unless you actually...
We can't get it off of him, he's dead.
But we can get it off of old boy who's alive.
Duncan?
Well, Duncan's dead.
Yeah. Natsume. We can get it off of him.
But how would he have known where the box was?
He wouldn't.
But we're looking for the box.
Exactly.
He's the only person that's in the room that could...
Exactly. I mean, it's weird. I'd have to explain it in a weird way.
Because we
He's
obviously...
going to know where to look. Or he's going to know where not to look. You know, see where I'm going with this?
He's gonna touch everywhere but where it's at?
Exactly.
And you gotta think, out of everybody, we have no evidence that we can accurately choose.
No, wait, we do have a way to track him. It looks like it would be lost over time, though, with people grabbing it. But the key was touched by the convict. And she has it on her.
But we don't have it as evidence.
That's what I'm saying. If we present her, she has the sample.
This is true.
Oh,
But I'm going to go ahead and save.
just in case.
Well, I got to click percent of person. You will need something in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict own happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Ah,
Well, that makes...
literally we could have chosen either one.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can you obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
There you go. Good call.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Green.
Ah, with me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Ah! Mr. Shakespeare, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ugh.
So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspeare.
No! No!
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair!
Grunt birthday party.
Be thy name!
Grunt birthday party.
Oh, shoot, yes. Took me a second. I was like, it had to be a little bit more than him just going bump.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
That's kind of a... Yeah,
Yep.
that'll do it.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while.
Makes sense.
And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Natsume. For Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
Yep.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, You once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Oof.
Yeah, that's pretty cold.
Yeah, especially since she tried to kill him.
Yep.
Oh my god.
At first,
10 o'clock.
I really did think it was a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died,
Where he clapped these cheeks.
where he clapped these cheeks.
I ain't playing him. I ain't gonna be talking to myself in a sexy way. You gonna be talking to me in a sexy way.
Oh, gotcha. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive?
The gas supply.
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
You'll have to cuddle for a while.
That's no joke.
Well, whenever I get cold, I think it'd be so much better if I cuddled with you. That's no joke. Oh, yeah, you said that. They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. Oh my gosh. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? Oh, sorry. No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas.
The gas.
The gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he'd left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with was bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to that house on Broyer Road. I saw a stooped Eastern man with a mustache coming out of the house one day while I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down right next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
The place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse?
Makes sense.
Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the ports.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of me mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me night and day. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
Ah, black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really think, and you really can't buy anything out there you can think of. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or the other. Was Duncan's death an accident or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective.
Ah, because if he didn't blow into the pipe.
He would be fine.
Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear, and then I wrote him on this little note. I have that information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the sluggard side on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance.
Yeah, I feel you.
If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd go and make sure. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter.
It worked out where the gas pipe is straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison on it. The poison I bought all over the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that culprit would get his just desserts. That son of a bitch!
But at least he got caught. Three days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspear.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsumi, here present.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Ah, yes?
yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from
from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green.
Oh! Vapors.
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shakespeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Oh.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Oh, Miss Green!
Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
Oh yeah, we hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Sorry. Zoned out again.
Yay!
Woo!
Ah!
Court is adjourned.
And I'm going home.
Yes. No, we're almost done. I know. 23rd February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice?
Duly.
My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
Oh my gosh. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Tromes.
Look up student Mr. Naru Hodos, Esquire, once again. You saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've always had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. For that first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something.
Man, fuck people.
I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What?
Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something on my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsumi. That's how wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your book.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
That's very true.
There's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
Hey, don't be telling him that. You're just making him worried.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. Run, bitch, run!
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So Seki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh my gosh.
24th of February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's row! Oh, well done, Mr. Jones! How simply marvelous of you! To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take like 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily. I think we have everything closer to the truth.
So, it transpires that the man fashioned a hiding place in the sea.
And what's in it? What exactly is the loot?
2 copper coins. Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall.
What the? What is that?
Big purple dildo.
It's a sweet bell, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's a neckband.
A collar? It's huge though.
Oh,
Look at all the gemstones set in it.
He into that kinky shit.
Yeah.
I can see why it's going to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. Ooh, blood. You don't think it could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course, there's
this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think.
What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this home with you. Could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key.
What do you think it is?
The Hound of Baskerville.
Oh shoot, yeah. The Hound of Baskerville. They said some stuff about it last game, but they haven't went into detail.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah, yes. Get your grow hands off that yellow and have a nap. Give.
I've never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least not once I had noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story.
Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place in the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Yes!
Thank you. But no, that collar, it's about the Hound of... It looked like it would be related to the Hound of Baskerville.
Yeah.
Which is a case that earlier in the game that Sholmes was like, don't talk about it. Because Iris had written a book about it.
Yeah.
That's what she does. She writes these books about his adventures. And when Iris wrote it, he took it and he was like, we're not publishing this. And he literally locked it up.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
that's pretty much it.
Bye, everybody. We've stayed up way past our bedtime, and may you have a
Locking
wonderful
me out,
night.
man. I'm the important. Thank you. I'm the important one.
Okay.
It's late. It's been great. But always know that I'm the best. Like and subscribe. Ring the bell for notifications.
You want to say anything?
I think how to go off is. Be sure to join us on the next exciting episode of Matt Chop Stream.
I like that. Matt Chop Streams.
Well, thanks y'all for coming by, and thank y'all for watching. Have a good one.
Bye.
Thanks for having us over. Take my